Today's webinar subject, Unclutching. Few basic truths about life. Few basic sacred secrets about life. What is life? What for life? More and more you try to seek answers for these questions. You become seeker. More and more you try to answer these questions for others. You become philosopher. But these questions remain untouched forever. Because each one has to discover the answer inside them for these questions. For the outer world comforts, you don't need to reinvent whatever is already invented. You can use the same thing. But for the inner world enlightenment, you need to discover your religion individually and independently. These questions, what for life is, what is life, what for life? These questions raise the intensity of life in you, brings authenticity to your living. I discovered answers to these questions inside me. But I will not do the mistake of giving you answer. I'll give you the process through which you can discover the answer within yourself. Please understand, if I give you the answer, it will not be your own answer. Any philosophy given ready-made, like a teaspoon feeding, is not going to become part of you, is not going to be enlightening you. It may be a philosophy, it may be a bookish knowledge. Maybe you can be like a librarian, sitting with it, but it is not going to become part of your life. My answer to this question, what is life, what for life, will no way be useful for you. You need to find your own answer. I can only give you the process. The process I am offering to all of you to find answers for the basic questions of life is unclutching. Understand this word unclutching. This word does not exist in Oxford Dictionary. Please understand, this word is my contribution to the English language itself. For the English language itself, this word is my contribution, because this word does not exist in Oxford Dictionary. It does not exist. One day early morning, like intuition, suddenly this word has flowered in me as a Mahavagya. Mahavagya means the ultimate truth, the ultimate statement. Each Mahavagya is the punch dialogue from one Upanishad. It is a punch from one Upanishad. Each tradition have their own Mahavagya. There are so many Mahavagyas. Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Prajnanam Brahma, Brahmaivahamasmi, Ayamanma Brahma. In Saiva tradition, Saiva Sampradayas, Shivoham. There are so many Mahavagyas. Please understand, this word, unclutching, is the ultimate spiritual truth. This process, unclutching, can directly upgrade your very consciousness. Today, through this webinar, I'll present unclutching as a technique, method to upgrade your consciousness, raising your inner space. When you upgrade your consciousness, raise your inner space, become more authentic, hundreds of good side effects happen, like you become healthy, you become wealthy, you become a leader, you become more intelligent, you become more balanced. Thousands of things happen in you as the side effect of upgrading your consciousness. Today, I'll present unclutching as a powerful process to upgrade your consciousness. Understand these three words, then you will be able to catch the truth of unclutching. Clutching, disclutching, unclutching. Clutching, disclutching, unclutching. Clutching means, holding, getting attached. Disclutching means completely getting disconnected, breaking. Unclutching means moving back to clutch any time when it is needed. Understand? When you shift your gears, you need to unclutch. Disclutching won't work. Disclutching means it can be breaking. Even if the gearbox breaks, if the gears break, if the shaft breaks, disclutching can happen. But after the disclutching, the possibility for clutching again may not exist. Here, with unclutching, you move out. But to unite again, whenever is required. Continuously, you are clutched to your body, to your mind, to your emotions, with so many things. Now, I can say even with your Facebook identity, Twitter identity, even with your Twitter name, you identify yourself, clutch yourself. With Facebook identity, you clutch yourself. You clutch yourself with thousands of things. The ideas your mind creates, the idea of joy, idea of pain, idea of pleasure, with so many things you clutch. Unclutching, even if it is practiced sincerely in a very small level, brings so much of awakening in you. Please understand, even very little level, if you can practice unclutching, it brings so much of awakening. What is unclutching? Let me describe just in few statements. I have described about unclutching for hundreds of hours in my various discourses. Everything is available in the YouTube. I sincerely recommend all the seekers to spend little time in YouTube in my channel Live Bliss Foundation. You can hear hundreds of hours of my descriptions and discourses on unclutching. I have given thousands of definitions of unclutching. Even in the Twitter, I have defined 55 definitions of unclutching. Now I will give you a very simple, straight process of unclutching. When a thought rises in you, without supporting it, encouraging it, entertaining it, or being entertained by it, relaxing from it. Please understand. When a thought rises in you, without entertaining it and without being entertained by it, without encouraging it, without being excited by it, just relaxing. If you start relaxing from the thoughts which are rising, you will experience freedom from the identity which you created. Please understand. Experiencing freedom from the identity you created means healing thousands of wounds you are carrying inside. Millions of possibility for pain, suffering you are carrying inside. Constantly, you create shaft of thoughts with thoughts of pain, joy, pleasure. Shaft of thoughts. Please understand. The center, each block is an independent thought. First you have pain, then joy and pain mixed, then pain, then joy, pain and joy mixed, then pain, joy and pain mixed, joy. Kind of a different thoughts. Please understand, in the center, each block is considered as one thought. I am trying to visually describe. Each block is one thought, each block is one thought. By putting all these blocks continuously, you create the shaft. You can name that shaft as a mind or ego or identity, whatever you want you can call it. Your inner shaft, your mind is made up of many independent thoughts. But unfortunately, you don't have awareness to look at your mind as it is. Buddha says very beautifully, original mind is nirvana. Mind as it happens is already unclutched, but unfortunately, you pick up from the independent thoughts and create your own short view about yourself. Very narrow idea about your life. You don't look at your mind as it is happening. You don't look at your life as it is happening. You either try to believe your whole life was pain, or sometime you try to believe your whole life was joy. One of the biggest achievement I feel pride and happy is whenever I look back about my past, I don't have any idea about it. I neither feel it was always joyful, nor feel it was always painful, and no feeling at all. Please understand. If somebody comes to me and asks, Swamiji, give me one gift, the best thing you have in your life. If somebody asks for it, I will choose only this. Gift of not feeling your past as a chain of joy or chain of pain. Because I do not feel my past as a chain of pain or chain of joy, I just know my future is also free, just like my past. But unfortunately, every human being tries to develop an idea about their past as pain or pleasure. When you talk to others, you try to create a shaft. Sometime, if you are in that sad mood, you say, from the birth, I was abused. You tell all your stories. Continuously, you connect the pain memories, pain thoughts, and feel your life as a pain. Please understand, one of the biggest danger in the life is when you believe something and repeat it again and again, that becomes your reality. I can give you one small example. If you can walk 3 kilometers without gasping for breath, for 10 days, go around and tell all your friends, family, everybody, strongly, authentically, I can walk up to 10 kilometers without gasping for breath. First 2 days you will feel it is a lie. Try 10 days. Repeat the same thing. You know you can only walk 3 kilometers, but go on repeating. I can walk 10 kilometers. Tell your friends, family, everybody, just brag. It's very easy. See, after a month, you will really be able to walk more than 8 kilometers. Your capacity drastically increases. Please understand, whatever you repeat again and again and again becomes your reality. That is why, again and again I am insisting, don't repeat your life as a pain. Don't write your biography as a long pain shaft. No, because if you repeat your life as a long pain shaft, you will project the same pain shaft on the future also. When you look deep, you will see each pain you claim happened in your life is an individual incident. When you connect all of them and see, you create tremendous suffering for yourself. Stop connecting and creating that shaft. Stop continuously creating pain shaft or pleasure shaft in your life. Unclutching is a powerful, self-sufficient guide to your enlightenment, to upgrade your consciousness. Please understand, unclutching can be self-sufficient guide to your enlightenment, to upgrade your consciousness. Unclutching not only changes the way you perceive the reality, it transforms the reality itself. Please understand, not only it changes the way you perceive reality, it changes reality itself, because it is a very powerful process, touches the source where the perceiver and perceived both come out. There are many methods, techniques which works only on the seer, not the seen. Unclutching, it's a technique which works on the source from which seer and seen both comes out. Whenever I talk about unclutching, traffic jam happens in my throat, because so much need to be told, so much needs to be added. Unclutching is the ultimate meditation technique. It can directly upgrade your consciousness. Please understand, purpose of the human life is to upgrade your consciousness. Temples, rituals, religions, sacred books, everything is just for upgrading your consciousness, raising your consciousness. The very reason of your human body, existence of your human body, is to raise your consciousness. See, when your consciousness raises, automatically you become leader of your life, Lord of your life. You become God for yourself, Ishvara for your life. Becoming Ishvara of your own life is the basic necessity for every human being. You need to become Lord of your life. You need to raise your consciousness. Unclutching liberates you instantaneously. Immediately. This one process is enough. It is self-sufficient for whether you are a beginner or professional seeker or about to get enlightened. Unclutching is a complete technique for you. If you have problems related to your health, unclutch. If you have problems related to your wealth, unclutch. If you have problems related to your mind and the mental health, unclutch. If you have problems related to your relationships, unclutch. If you have problems related to your emotions, unclutch. If you have problems related to your consciousness, again the solution is unclutch. I'll give you the 9 levels of unclutching. Unclutching from the outer world, like problems and difficulties related to name and fame. Devotees, disciples, please note down in your book of heart. 9 unclutching. Please note down in your book of heart. 9 different levels of unclutching. First, unclutching from your outer world means when you have problems related to name, fame, money, if you unclutch, please understand, I am not saying you need to lose that money, name and fame. No. You will lose the problems and suffocations and stress, sufferings created in you because of money, name and fame. When the problems, suffocation, stress is removed, suddenly you have a pure inner space where you can create whatever you want in the outer world. Understand? Biggest asset any human being can have is free inner space, extra inner space. Whenever I give energy darshan to people, I just give them few hundred more acres of inner space, that's all. Extra inner space, just like Google gives storage space. Extra inner space is the ultimate wealth. Wealth is not the billions of dollars you have, or the relationships you have, or the bungalows, properties you have. The real wealth is extra inner space you have. The space you have inside, free space, in which you can do your creativity, you can do your creation. That extra free inner space is the real wealth. When you unclutch from the difficulties, stress, sufferings, suffocation created by money, name and fame, you achieve that ultimate wealth, extra free inner space. Second, unclutch from the outer world identities. The identities you carry, social identity, professional identity, racial identity, national identity. Sometimes you think you identify yourself based on your religion, your country, your race, your caste, your community, your creed. Please understand, this racial identity, national identity is responsible for millions of people dying every year in the planet Earth. World's worst terrorist on the planet Earth is racial and national identity. Please understand, largest number of deaths on the planet Earth is caused by racial and national identity. The moment you feel you belong to certain geography, you are ready to sacrifice your life for that geography. People die, especially youngsters. Millions die in the war fields. And without any guilt, without any even second thought, people kill people just because their national identity. Identity you create because of your geography. I tell you, most uncivilized act is killing people because of your racial and national identity. It is so unfortunate still human beings have not evolved from that low conscious of killing people, destroying people because of racial and national identity. Same way, the racial identity is responsible for all religious and communal terrorism. Unclutch from social, professional, racial, national identities, you will see so much of peace, joy, bliss happening in you. Universal intelligence awakens in you the moment you unclutch from low-level identities. The moment you unclutch from racial, national identities, immediately the universal intelligence awakens in you. Third, unclutching. Unclutching from thoughts, verbalization and visualization happening inside. Please understand. Unclutching from thoughts means the verbalization and visualization happening inside. When you look in, the verbalization happening, the visualization happening in you are all thoughts. Unclutch from both. Continuously try to unclutch from both. You will see extraordinary powers expressing in you when you start unclutching from your verbalization and visualization. You will become yogi. Understand? Living as a yogi is life. Unclutch from verbalization and visualization. Whenever you remember, the verbalization happening in you constantly, the words moving, or the visualization happening in you, the ideas happening in you, unclutch from that. Even the boredom, feeling bored, restless, is also one more thought, one more verbalization, one more visualization. Unclutch even from that. And fourth level of unclutching. Unclutch from your emotions, pain and pleasure. Let me tell you from my own experience. When I fell from the horse during the horse riding and fractured my hand, just all I need to do is unclutching from that pain. I could see very clearly body was healing at least 5 times more faster than normal speed of healing. I tell you, I really felt so joyful. I felt so happy for my body. Wow, what a body to live with. Body which does not give you pain, friend who does not give you doubt, wife who does not give you instability, are all rare blessings. Body which does not give you pain is such a joy to live with that body. I know I don't have pain because I received the blessings of many yogis and did many techniques, but when you see that literally in your life as experience, I felt, oh God, what an achievement. I felt such big relief. I tell you, when you unclutch from pain and pleasures, not only you are free from it, even your health improves drastically. Fifth, unclutching. Unclutching from the inner world identities like parental conditioning, ahankara and mamakara. Ahankara means the idea you project about yourself to others. Mamakara means the idea you believe about you as you inside you. See, always the idea you project to others about you will be more than what you are. Mamakara, the idea you believe about you in the inner self is always lower than you. Idea you project on others, an idea you project on yourself. This ahamkara and mamakara, your whole life is nothing but the fight between the ahankara and mamakara. Means the identity you project in the outer world and the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Unclutch from inner world identities, both the identities. Unclutch from the identity you project to the outer world, unclutch from the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Sixth level of unclutching. Unclutch from the biomemories. Means the very patterns you are carrying. Pattern of depression, pattern of pain, pattern of irritation, patterns of suffering, patterns of your own ideas. You need to realize the truth. You are not even orphan. Orphan means what? You are alone. Everybody else is your enemy. Here you don't need to realize that. You are alone. There is no enemy. You are alone, but there is no enemy. If you are alone, how can there be enemy? Only if there is somebody else, there can be enemies. If you unclutch from the patterns to the extent till you realize there is no patterns in reality. In reality, you are alone. In reality, you are just existing. Kevala. Next, unclutch from body. Unclutch from body itself. Please understand. When you unclutch from your body, thousands of disorders you create by yourself, like arthritis, blood pressure, all this completely disappears. The seventh level of unclutching is unclutching from body. And eighth level of unclutching, unclutching from the idea of time. Unclutch day, night, morning, evening, midnight. Go on unclutching. Unclutch from the idea of boredom, feeling restless. Unclutch from the idea of time. I tell you, time is the greatest myth you are carrying in your life. That is the worst conditioning you are carrying. Actually, there is no such thing as time. Sun rises and sets, moon rises and sets, stars move, planet moves, life moves. That's all. Where is time? You rise, live, disappear. That's all. Where is time? Time is one of the myth like a clothes. You forget human body does not come with clothes. How many of you remember? I tell you, none of us remember. Human body comes to planet Earth without clothes, goes out without clothes. We think human body comes with clothes and goes with clothes. Just like a cloth, cloth is the illusion which has become part of your biomemory. Time is an illusion which has become part of your very consciousness itself. So unclutch from the idea of time. Ultimately, the 9th level of unclutching, unclutching from the very idea I. Unclutch from that very idea I. In every level of unclutching, in every aspect of unclutching, you will experience some new free dimension of you. You will experience some extraordinary experiences or expressions. I tell you, all the auspicious things of life and beyond life is achieved just by this one process, unclutching. Just by this one technique, unclutching. Just this one technique, unclutching. These 9 levels of unclutching. The 9th level is unclutching from the very idea I. The I. The very idea I is the source of everything you experience, you perceive. Unclutching from that very source, the idea of I. You can start in these 9 levels, any one level. Because of the benefits and experiences you will have, simply you will move to next level and experience all 9 levels. Just like 9 levels of unclutching, I wanted to introduce 3 kinds of unclutching. Unclutching from the luxury activities, like activities may not be required for your life, which you do as a luxury, playing video games, luxury activities. Second, unclutching from existential activities. Means for your existence, you start doing many activities like going to your office, your profession. When I say unclutch, I don't mean you will stop those activities. Your body will be performing those activities. The sufferings and the stress caused by those activities will not be there in your body. That's all. In your being. Third, unclutching from the survival activities. Even the basic survival activity like a food, eating, sleeping, unclutching, even from those things. When you unclutch from the survival activities, please understand, I am not saying you will stop eating, you will stop drinking. No. All I am telling you is, you will live in unclutched space. Your body may continue the activities necessary for survival. Unclutching is the greatest life solution. Unclutching liberates you from all types of addictions. Unclutching is the most simple and ultimate technique. How much ever you hear about unclutching, unless you experience it, you will not know about it. I sincerely urge, inspire, encourage all of you to experience unclutching at least 20 minutes a day in the beginning level. From today, sit unclutched at least 20 minutes a day. You will see within next few days, unclutching helps you so much. It frees you from so many sufferings. It makes you matured so many ways. It upgrades your consciousness so much. You will start spending more and more time in unclutched space. Ultimately, your whole life will be in unclutched space. Unclutching makes you a leader, because when you unclutch, trillions of cells in your brain are awakened. Your highest inner potential energy, dormant cosmic energy, awakens to its peak. Unclutching is inner awakening. Unclutching is samadhi. Unclutching is meditation. Unclutching is inner guru. Unclutching is God itself. Unclutching is a subject. Subject need to experience this subject. In ordinary life, objects are experiencing the subject. In unclutching, subject need to experience the subject objectively. Subject need to experience the subject objectively. I'll lead you into the experience of unclutching now. After the experience, I'll answer few questions, your questions, the experiential doubts. Now, please understand the process. Now I am initiating all of you into unclutching as a technique, as a meditation technique. Sit in a relaxed way. You can sit in the chair or on the floor. Be comfortable, that's all. Anything is okay. Be comfortable. Sit in a relaxed way. Close your eyes, and any thought raises in your inner space, decide you are not going to support that thought. You are not going to destroy that thought. You are not going to encourage that thought. You are not going to create a new thought without creating, maintaining, destroying. Sit, understand? When you don't do the job of Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, you become Parabrahma. When you don't do the job of creation, maintenance and destruction, you become one with existence. Now, Just sit in a relaxed way, close your eyes, unclutch from every thought. Don't miss a single thought in your inner space. Don't be unconscious. Unclutch from every thought. When thought rises in you, just decide, I am not going to support it, encourage it. I'll just unclutch from it. I'll just distance myself from it. Just a simple will. I will unclutch is enough. The thought will lose power over you. After a few seconds, again some other thought may come. Unclutch from that thought also. Slowly, after a few minutes, except the thought of unclutching, nothing else will be there. Unclutch from that thought also. Unclutch even from the technique of unclutching. When you unclutch honestly, authentically, automatically your Kundalini energy rises, your Kundalini is awakened, and your body may levitate. Whatever happens, let it happen. Unclutch from everything. Just be unclutched. I initiate all of you into unclutching. Let the unclutching happen in all of us. Don't miss even one thought in your inner space. Unclutch from every single thought and every single idea. Do not create or maintain or destroy a thought. Just be unclutched. I sincerely recommend all of you, if you are a beginner, at least spend 20 minutes per day in unclutching. If you already tasted unclutching, intensify the quality of unclutching and increase the time of unclutching in your life. Due to time constraint, I am not able to answer many of your questions today, but I have answered hundreds of questions, all possible questions related to unclutching, and all those answers are available in our Life Bliss Foundation's YouTube channel. There is a separate playlist called Be Unclutched in our YouTube channel. You can spend a little time with those answers. That will clear many of your doubts. Unclutching is the purest form of meditation. Unclutching is the purest samadhi. When you are unclutching, you save yourself from thousands of problems, self-created sufferings, and you save the country from the crime cost. When you unclutch, you are neither violent towards yourself nor violent towards others. When you are not violent towards yourself, you bring peace and bliss to you. When you are not violent to others, you save crime cost of the country. So, every 5 minutes of your unclutching saves $1 for your country's crime cost. And I have a statistics I can give you. Minute for the Peace website, which I inaugurated today, gives you the clear statistics. when you meditate for a minute, how much of crime cost you save, how many violent crimes you stop when you unclutch. You bring the best things to your life, and you bring the best things to your country, you bring the best things to your society, you bring the best things to the whole humanity. So I invite all of you to meditate, unclutch, save the planet Earth. Studies done on crime reduction around the world show that each minute of meditation reduces the cost of crime by 20 cents and reduces the incidence of crime by 0.0015%. So based on these calculations, our group of people, 3,000 people sitting with me, every day meditate morning, 40 minutes, saves $17,000 in crime cost and prevents 12 violent crimes all over the world. Please understand, every day we are saving $17,000 and 12 violent crimes. We are stopping 12 violent crimes by our morning satsang and meditation. Now already all of you saved $17,000 in crime costs and prevented 12 violent crimes. So please meditate every day. Enter your meditation minutes in the website minuteforpeace.org. minuteforpeace.org. Enter into that website. I bless you all. Let you all be unclutched and bring all the auspicious things to your life and to others' life. Please understand, teaching unclutching to others is the best service you can do. This is the greatest contribution you will make and make the difference in others' life. So I bless all of you. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
ಜೀವವೇ ಪಾವನ ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮವೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಜೀವವೇ ಪಾವನ.
You all have reached enough level of completion to mirror exact the neuron activity happening in my brain. So understand, please listen, all of you have reached enough level of completion to mirror whatever is happening in my brain, the neuron activity. Now, when I am narrating this experience, I wanted to tell you with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing. I'll tell you the exact truth. As it happened, authentically. When I am going to narrate that same experience, I will be letting it happen in my brain. I will be letting that same experience, that same neuron activity happen in my brain. So just sit and listen from the space of feeling connection. You will see the same neuron activity just mirroring in your brain. Understand? All of you are clear? Please listen. It was around the age of 11 and a half, before my enlightenment experience. Maybe 11. One day, as usual, I was going around the temple. Actually, temple was the place I was brought up, literally brought up. That is why some of our ashramites and swamis trying to buy the house in which I was brought up. They were trying to buy the house. I said, if you have to make a memorial for the place where I was brought up, where I was born can never be bought because it is a government hospital. If you have to make a memorial in the place where I was brought up, you should make the memorial in the temple, not in the house I was brought up, because I spent more time in the temple than the house I was supposed to be brought up, the house where my parents were staying. The moment I remember the temple, the joy experience, I can say that the temple was the place, everything for me in my life. So early morning, 4:30, the temple elephant will carry the water pot for the deity's bath, sacred bath. It will go crossing the street where we used to live. From my family temple, it will go to the main temple. My whole family and the community was very closely associated to temple and its administration. So from my family temple, that water pot will go every morning on the elephant. They will be beating the drums and all that. The moment I hear that sound, actually I would have woken up much earlier, but the moment I hear that sound, I will be joining the team and going and opening the temple. And the night, when the deity is put to bed, only then I will come, and then after that I have 2-3 other appointments, going and seeing Ram Surat Kumar, spending little time with them, with him in the cremation ground. He used to live in the cremation ground for quite a long time. Then he moved near the temple on small house. Wherever he is, I will go and sit with him and spend time with him. And then late night I will come back to the house. So one day, when I was going around the temple, behind the main shrine, there is a small 4-pillared hall structure. And below that structure, there is a small kind of a cave structure. That's also a small 2-pillared structure. It can be said as cave, looks like cave. Suddenly I saw one young sadhu walking out of that cave place. This is the small cave out of which that young sadhu walking out. See this 4-pillared structure and the small 2-pillared structure. From that small 2-pillared structure, one young sadhu walked out. I used to think it was a cave because of the darkness inside. Young sadhu walked out. If I have to describe his beauty and grace, young, well built, a long hair with the sacred ash on the face and kumkum and rudraksha, only one dhoti in the hip and only one towel on the shoulder, bare chest, whole body was literally shining. Shining means really shining. Glowing in the golden color. Maybe I can equate this photograph. I can't say exactly like this photograph because in this photograph they painted him more bluish. When I saw him, it was not bluish. It was more a golden color. And there was no snake around his neck or a moon around his neck. Just a very normal human form. but an extraordinary grace. The towel was only up to the lower knee level, not the whole dhoti, lower knee level, and one towel on the, you can't call that as a full dhoti, little smaller than dhoti, and one towel on the shoulder, Rudraksha. Rudraksha in the hands also, shining. Hair was left free, but it was so beautiful, you can feel it is almost like a Dakshinamurti's jata. It was standing on its own beautifully. Long hair. And the main thing I have to tell, wide smile. The moment I saw him, I went and touched his feet. Any sadhu I see, I'll go and touch the feet, and now such a graceful sadhu. I ran and touched his feet. He smiled at me and very loving way just put his hand on my head. First sight itself, I experienced the deep feeling connection. Such a strong, deep feeling connection. As usual, I have regular questions for any sadhus I see. You are from where? Who is your guru? And what do you do? Have you achieved enlightenment? In Tamil I used to ask, Atma Sakshatkar Ayiricha ungalukku? Means have you achieved the enlightenment experience? And can you teach me? My usual questions. I started asking some my same usual questions. He smiled and he started answering. Other than the question, who is your guru? He answered everything. And then some ordinary topics. Those days the ordinary topics means what? When is the next Utsavam in the temple? Why are they not putting enough flowers on the deity nowadays? Which Utsavam, when they are celebrating, why they are celebrating, why they are not celebrating. These are our gossips. The whole city will have gossip only about temple. Whether you talk good things or bad things, it will all be about temple. Good things will be, oh, nowadays lot of crowd is coming for the temple. Bad thing will be, why they are not maintaining the temple properly. That's all will be the maximum rumor, gossip we know. And all these small talks I was having. He was also sitting and having all these small talks with me. And who is who in the town, who is doing what. Tell her to wake up. Please sit straight, don't miss initiation, such an amazing moment, don't miss. Please sit straight. So he was having all small talks with me. I was also having small talks. I still remember. I even spoke about one temple priest having an affair with a temple dancer girl. No, He sat, he spoke even about those things to me. I still remember. He was telling, do you see this big street Brahmin continuously going to that 4th street? Why is he all the time going there to her house? I said, yes. And he goes there and directly comes to temple also. Doesn't even go to house and takes bath. We were having all these small talks. I still remember in Tamil he was telling, Patya, அந்த பெரிய தெரு குருக்கள் ஒத்த வாரத்திற்கு வாரம் போயிட்டு வரார் பத்தியா. So all these small talks were also we were having. I don't know how, the day one itself we became so intimate, so close. It's not that he spoke only about Vedanta, enlightenment, the techniques to achieve enlightenment and science of enlightenment, Advaita. He even spoke who is going with whom, who is doing what. Somehow I became very close, intimate. Within one day, if I have to give the essence of my first meeting with him, I won't call Advaita, I won't call enlightenment, I won't call spirituality, I won't call I met a guru and all that. I will only say, essence of that first day meeting is friendliness. He radiated. God. The amount of friendliness I felt with him, that love I felt with him. Love is a too poor word, stupid word sometimes. Friendliness, that seems to be more right word. Friendliness to the extreme, to the extent, even when I am sitting next to him, I'll feel like I'll put one of my finger on him, on his body, on his leg, or on his hand. I'll just put one of my finger on him. Just want to be touching him. Or I'll just hold his little finger. And sitting and talking. One thing I wanted this to be on record. I don't want to say only I saw him, because when I was sitting and talking, the watchmen who walk in that area, or one or two people who come there to fetch water from the temple tank, they all did not look at me very weird. See, if I was sitting and talking alone, they would have looked at me very weird. They did not look at me very weird. The way they looked at me, I am sure he was seen even by them, not just by me. This sadhu whom I am talking about, he was not just seen by me, even they have seen him. I don't know how they saw him, but they were not looking at me weird. See, if you are sitting alone and talking, people who walk around, they will naturally look at you weird. You will know by how they see you, they are looking at you weirdly or just casually. I don't remember any of them talking to him or he talking to them back. But I remember very clearly few people were walking. Many times when I was sitting and talking with him, few people will walk here and there. They won't look at me like I am sitting alone and talking. They will just see as if two people are sitting and talking, and they will walk. They will go. And I have also not seen anybody coming near me or near him out of curiosity and trying to touch his feet and all that. Usually when the people see the sadhus, they will try to come and touch the feet. That I have not seen. But I remember people not looking at me weirdly. The exact spot where he was sitting and I was sitting with him and speaking, you can see. That's the exact spot where he used to sit. I used to sit and speak. He will sit on the step where I am sitting now, and I will sit one step below. Sometimes he will sit the upper step, one step above. I will sit where I am sitting now. But in these few steps only we will usually sit. And those days that grill gate was not there. The gate was, I think, different, maybe wood. I don't know. I don't remember now. But I don't think it was a grill gate. Anyhow, this is where we used to sit. So the day one, the essence from my memory I can collect, the essence of day one's meeting was extraordinary friendliness. It was not all about Advaita, all about spirituality, all about enlightenment. Even though my questions were all about enlightenment, he was not speaking only about enlightenment. He was making jokes, comments, funny observations about various things. I am not able to remember that every statement by statement, sentence by sentence, but one thing I can recollect is that extraordinary friendliness he radiated and the space he gave me. I did not even feel like asking him when I started holding his toe or his little finger. I slowly put my hand on his toe and see how he responds. And I have never seen him resisting, so I'll just hold his toe. I used to think the more you are touching his body, more energy will pass. Like electricity connection. That's a belief I had, and he was so friendly. Not only he did not resist, he entertained. That's the exact word I should say. He entertained. So first day I went up to holding the toes. I did not want to irritate him also. And sitting holding his toes. I think I was sitting his right side. So I was holding his left toe. He was sitting folded legs. I was holding his left toe. Maybe that is why I got Devi's grace first. Left side is Devi's. But the amount of hair he had, still I am wondering. It used to be up to the thighs, his thighs. That long, thick. Whenever I see long hair, I will remember him only. Anyhow, it became late night. Usually the temple watchman, they will just go around to lock the temple, to see whether anybody is there inside the temple before locking. Those days, I was very close to the watchman, so they will say, sometime, if I am sitting, hey, if you want to sleep here itself, sleep, but don't come in between the night and ask us to open the door to go out. If you want to leave, leave now, or you sleep here with us itself. But don't ask us in the middle of the night, you want to go to the house, open the door. What do you want to do? They'll give me the option. Sometime I'll go out and sometime I'll sleep there itself. Usually I'll go out because early morning to take bath, again I have to go to the house only. The temple, inside temple, the bathroom and the restroom, we will not be able to use. So we will have to go to the house only to take bath and get ready. And I also had deities, I have to do puja, my personal deities. So I have to go to the house only. So it became late night. And I remember the watchman telling in Tamil, Samingla, Enchiponga, time achi, koil putno. So with this word, I can be sure that he was seen even by the watchman, because the watchman addressed in plural. He said, "O Swamis, go out, we will have to lock the temple. Go to your home, we have to lock the temple." So he did not address as a Swami, he addressed as Swamis. "O Swamingla," means he was also seeing him. That is why he addressed as both Swamis. Go out, we will have to lock the temple. Then I looked at him and told him, "Where are you staying?" He said, "I am staying in the temple only." But actually, some of the sadhus were staying in the temple at that time. They were all having their own small caves. I thought, he is also staying here in one cave. I said, "Okay, then I am going to the..." He said, "All right, go to the house and take bath and sleep and do your puja and come back tomorrow." I told him, "If I come back tomorrow, can I see you?" He said, yes, anytime come here and call my name, I will come out. I am here only. And he showed the cave. I was thinking that as a cave at that time. So I went to the house. I tell you, just visualize when you fall in love first time and you are waiting to meet the person again next day morning, how the clock will not move. That is exactly I was feeling. I was sitting, every 10 minutes I will see the clock. I had one small alarm clock for me to get up and go to the temple. That clock will make such a noise. Everyone in the house will curse that clock and me early morning, every day. So I'll wake up and see the clock. It's only 12 o'clock. I'll lie down, sleep. Again, when I wake up and see the clock, it's only 12:10. Actually, I moved the needle. I wanted to make it as a 4 o'clock. Because 4 o'clock they'll open the temple door. Then I thought, if I move only my clock, how can I make them open the temple? I waited. Around 2:30, 3 o'clock, I could not handle anymore. I ran and took bath, did all my puja. 4 o'clock, I came and stood in the street for the elephant to come to the temple. An elephant came as usual. It came around 4, 5. But that 5 minutes I cannot tolerate. I can't handle. What happened to the elephant fellows? Nowadays they are not following the tradition properly. I cursed his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, his whole Vamsa. These fellows don't do anything properly nowadays. Finally, that elephant and all the team came. Only that day I was feeling this elephant is walking very slow. Finally, we reached the temple and they opened the temple gate. I ran to this cave where I met him. Usually I will run to the main Garbha Mandir, main sanctuary, and have darshan, only then go anywhere. But today directly I ran. I called him Swami, Swami. Immediately he came out again. He sat. I was sitting and talking to him. I told him whole night I was thinking about you only. I saw his face expression. He was pleased, I think. He was smiling. And I saw him, that time itself he was dressed as usual, means one dhoti, saffron color, not the color exactly I am wearing, little light color, which we used to have earlier, that light color, and one towel on the shoulder. He was already ready with all his vibhudi and kumkum and rudraksha. I asked him, you finished your puja? That's the usual question. He smiled and he did not answer. Many of the questions you will just smile in a very mystical way or mischievous way. You can say both blunder of mystical and mischievous. Mischievous, mystical. So again, second day also I sat with him and we were speaking so many things. I remember whole day passed, and I also remember in a carrier, a single carrier vessel, in Tamil they called it Tukuvali. In that vessel he brought food and gave me the temple prasadam. It was a copper vessel, I still remember, with the cover. I ate. He also ate with me. He was clean shaven. Only hair in the head, long hair, but no moustache or beard. Clean shaven. Was looking very young. If I have to assess his age, it will be, I will surely assess less than 30. I can say 25 to 30. That is what I will assess. But well built and graceful. A tall figure. Very graceful, must be 6 feet tall and very graceful, well built. Again we were sitting and talking. More than talking, I know it was just spending time together. Today I got little courage, so I started holding his little finger. Only when he is talking, when he raises the hand to do some gesture, I'll shift my hand to his leg, his toe. Otherwise, I'll be holding the hand. It went on for many days, weeks. In 10-15 days, I can say, he became almost just breath of my life. My day is like whole day I'll be with him, whole night I'll be waiting for him, that's all. How many of you wait to come for the morning satsang to see me? Then all of you can understand what I am saying. You just wait for the next morning to happen, to rush and see him. I know, I wake up only to see him. When I wake up, he is there in my eyes. When I open my eyes, I want to see his form. When I close my eyes, his photo is there inside. If I have to describe my relationship or what was happening at that time with him, I should tell you this story. There is a beautiful example in Upanishad. Upanishad is the source book of Hinduism, just like Bible for Christianity, Quran for Islam. Vedas are the source book of Vedic Hindu tradition, and Upanishads are the main chapters of the Vedas based on which our life is running. Upanishads are more like instructions and truths about life. So in one Upanishad there is a beautiful story. In a tree, huge tree, there was a small bird which used to jump from branch to branch. Sometime it will eat sweet fruit in the tree and jump. Some other branches will have a bitter fruit. When it eats the bitter fruit, understand it's a very beautiful simile or a example with an amazing truth. When that small bird eats the bitter fruit, it will feel pain. On that same tree, on the top of the tree, there was a big bird sitting, golden color, shining. That big bird neither eats bitter fruit nor eats the sweet fruit. It just sits in the peace and silence, complete completion. It's radiating its glory. This small bird, which is running between these lower level branches, sometime when it eats the sweet fruit, it feels joyful, and bitter fruit, it feels bad. When it feels bad, it look up and see the big bird and think, see that bird, so beautiful, is so graceful, he doesn't have any pain, any suffering. Why not me also become like that? So it will think, yes, yes, let me go near that bird and become like that bird. It will start jumping towards that bird. But when it is going towards that bird, suddenly on the way, it will eat some fruit which is very sweet. The moment it eats the sweet fruit, it will forget that big bird and it will start eating more fruit till it lands on the bitter fruit again. The moment it eats the bitter fruit again, it will look up and say, I should become like that bird. And then again it will start going towards that big bird. The small bird is spending all his life like this, jumping here, there, here, there, here, there, suddenly looking up when it eats the bitter fruit. But when it eats the sweet fruit, forgetting the big bird, forgetting everything, just eating the sweet fruits. Finally one day, by jumping like this, the small bird has somehow reached very near the big bird. And one fruit which that small bird ate was so bitter, it decided not to look this side and that side, it just locked its mouth and straight went near that big bird. When it went near that big bird, the more it went near, it felt he himself is the reflection of that big bird. And more and more and more when he went, he just merged and became one with that big bird. I don't even need to explain the concept behind the story, I think now. I've explained the example so clearly. The concept I don't even need to explain, all of you understood, I think. But I'll try to give few more words for you to understand the concept. Big bird is the cosmic enlightened being. Paramatma, small bird is you, the individual soul. The bitter fruit is the incompletions and pains and sufferings. Sweet fruit is the once in a while small joys, completions you experience. When you experience little sweet things in the life, kind of a fulfillment, you forget about Paramatma. But when you get into the bitter fruit, you immediately remember and look up. And here, there, jumping. Somehow, when you really eat a bitterest fruit, and you decide after that you will never open the mouth again, means you will never allow any more incompletions, and straight look up and move near him, you will understand first you will understand you are his extension. Next you will understand you are just his shadow. Third you will understand you are just his presence. Fourth you will understand you are he. Exactly. This is the exact relationship I had with him. I can say he was my everything. Everything. One day in course of conversation, I was telling him the story, some incident about one of the great saintly enlightened disciple of Ramana Maharshi. That disciple used to write the teachings of Ramana Maharshi, and every day he will bring it and show it again to Ramana Maharshi. And if there is some mistake, spelling mistake or grammar mistake, Bhagavan will edit in his own hand, with his own handwriting. So, that sadhu, by the time actually I know his name, I asked his name, he said Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I know his name by then. So I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I was telling about this story, then Arunagiri Yogeshwara smiled and said, maybe that is the way that Swami was trying to get the handwriting of Ramana Maharshi in his notebook. And he also made a comment, just to get the Ramana Maharshi's handwriting, this Swami will make more and more mistakes. The moment I heard, immediately I thought I got a very brilliant idea. I thought, I will also start writing and bring the notebook to you. You will pen down, you will write, I will keep your handwriting with me. And I did it. At least I had 3-4 notebooks. It's very unfortunate that we are not able to get those notebooks now. Let's see, Kalbhairava will get it for us. 2-3 notebooks and 1 or 2 diaries where I will try to pen down in the night whatever I could remember we spoke, and then purposely make mistakes in writing and bring it to him next day. He will also read and smile, and purposely he knows I have done mistake purposely and he will write. And he will write few lines, few words on it, and he will do editing, means like a crossing or adding. And I very clearly remember, he has signed even once, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. So many things. We used to speak. Once I remember he told me that don't go around and tell everyone that you are every day meeting me and talking to me. I took that as an instruction. I never asked why. That was one good thing I had. If I accept somebody as my guru, that's all, I will simply surrender. No question of why, what and all that. Before accepting, I will ask all the questions. The moment I accept, after that no questions asked. That was my lifestyle. Everything was going well. I remember him talking to me about various subjects. Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Upanishads. I even remember taking 4 Upanishad book to him, which was given to me by Isaki Swamigal. Tamil translation of the 4 Upanishads. And where he opened and read out some lines and explained some lines to me. And I had the fortune of directly singing the Devarams of Jnana Sambandar to me. I have heard some of the great songs, Devarams, from his own mouth. I even asked him once, how do you know all this? He said in Tamil, இங்கே தானே இருக்கேன், இங்கே தானே பாடிட்டு இருக்காங்க, அதனால கேட்குறேன், அதனால தெரியுது. He said, I am here only all the time, na, and they are singing all the time here, na. So I am listening, so I know. These are all that mystical, mischievous answers. With more time passing, I got more comfortable with him. I ate with him. I have slept in his lap. Sometime he will sit, I will lean on him and stretch my leg. he was never just a guru. He was far more than that. Far, far, far more. He was much more than any fantasy you guys can have about Guru. He was just too much beyond any fantasy you can have about Guru and how you should be living with Guru. Whatever fantasy you guys may be having, how you should be living with Guru, I have lived 1,000 times more and beyond with him. He is the fulfillment of all existing and possible fantasies. That's the word I will utter. Existing and possible fantasies of a guru-disciple relationship. I have seen him materializing. I have seen him flying. I have seen him perform all types of miracles. I have seen him teaching me all these siddhis. While he teaches, he will perform and show. I have seen him bringing the moon directly in front of me. Understand, I am neither lying nor I am a brain deranged person. I am neither lying nor my brain is deranged. I am not telling you any stories. I am telling you the truth as it happened. I have heard about so many scriptures from him. Never he will take more than few minutes to explain any scriptures to me. Immediately he will show through some miracle or just like experience he will transmit. Any samyama he has to teach, he will just teach through experience. Whether the way he looks, sits, carries himself, or the words he utters, or the joy he radiates, or the friendliness he radiates, or the way he taught, everything is beyond fulfilling any possible fantasies. I have seen him making disappear the whole world other than both of us, or showing everything inside him. I have seen him showing Vishwarupa, that everything is he. So much he has transmitted to me. I don't know whether I will be able to transmit all that to humanity, at least put it in record. The time of next 126 years, I am going to be using this body. So much he has transmitted. So much he has taught. All was going well. Almost he became my life breath. And I'll even carry food from the house and he will eat. One great thing with my mother, she's such a sweet person, never, ever, she will say no to people, food. Any sadhu comes, any beggar comes, my mother's father is such a person, still outside his house they have two small tanks made out of stone, where they will pour water for the dogs, cows, which walk in the street for them to drink. Still they have the tradition. Even if the food is remaining, they will mix it with the water and keep it for the cow. Means not the own, their cows are pet dogs. For the stray dogs, for the stray cows, which goes around in the street. And I remember my father's side grandmother also, she will also feed any stray dog. She will get them. Somehow she will become friends with them and feed them. If they have some skin disease, she will take them to the hospital. Whether it is a sadhus or pets or beggars, my house was always open. My mother was a typical village lady waiting to feed people. So whenever I wanted to take food for some sadhus, she will immediately pack and give. She will never have a second word. She will never grumble, grudge, nothing. She will immediately pack and give. She will only ask, Swami, what do you want? You want idli or you want rice? Idli means breakfast, rice means lunch and dinner, both. That is the only two menu. That is a standard menu. In any middle class house in the village, this will be the standard menu. She will ask, what do you want? And whatever I say, she will pack and give. I have seen Arunagiri Yogeshwara eating with me. One day I told him, please you come to the house, my house. And he laughed and said, you come to the place where I am staying. House where I am staying. The moment he said, I know, wow, it's such an opportunity. I said, come on, take me. You only never took me. I told him, come on, take me. You never took me the house where you are staying. Take me to your room. I thought inside that cave only he is staying. I know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are so many caves, and I have seen the cave size of where 1,000 people can sit. Please understand, in Tiruvannamalai I have seen the caves, such huge, large size caves, 1,000 people can sit. That size caves I have seen, with water facility and lighting, the natural lighting and water. I have seen the caves. So I thought maybe this cave will lead to his cave where he is staying. And I also know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are many underground paths, subways. So I asked him, take me to the place where you are staying. He said, come on, let's go. He entered into that cave by bending, and I remember he just held my hand and pressed. Please understand, now I wanted to put this on record. First time when he pressed the hand, I lost body consciousness. All these days I was with him, I never lost body consciousness. First time I lost body consciousness. So, from this moment, whatever I am describing, I do not know whether physically I was part of that scene or I was taken out of my body and this experience happened. I am not able to be clear. Because the moment he pressed my hand to pull me inside the cave along with him, I lost the body consciousness. And even the scenes I remember after this were not like this worldly. He just walked into a cave and I also walked with him, and suddenly the cave opened and we came out and I saw a huge banyan tree, little bigger than our Biddi banyan tree. It was Arunachala hill, that much I can very clearly say. And the huge banyan tree. And maybe some 20-30 sadhus were sitting around the seat of the Guru. The seat of the Guru was empty. They were all sitting down, meditating. The moment he walked in, all of them got up and stood and did namaskar. The way they bowed down, I know he is the Guru of that area, means Guru of that group. He went and straight sat on the Guru's seat. The way he went and sat authoritatively, I know he is the Guru. And all of them are his disciples, very elderly sadhus with a long beard, just like you listen and see in the stories. How the Dakshinamurti used to be sitting under the banyan tree and all his old disciples used to sit. That's exactly the scene. The scene happened in Kailasa, happening in Biddi. Was literally happening. I saw. The way he went and sat. Literally he sat like Dakshinamurti only. He just went and put his leg little this way, that's all. That's the way he sat. Where he put the left leg on the right leg and little closer he kept than usual posture of Dakshinamurti, you see. This is exactly the way he sat. And he started answering some of the questions they all asked. They were addressing him with so much of reverence. And they all fell flat when he sat in his seat and did namaskar and sat up. I was the only small boy in that group, but I was looking around and seeing all of them. Maybe after some time, their attention turned on me and one person said, "Who is this person? Who is the only person without kavi here, who is not a swami, sannyasi?" That kind of it did not exactly meant I am not a sannyasi, or a person without having kavi, something like that. Because I was with my school uniform. I remember very clearly that dark blue and light blue. Must be, because 11 means by the time I've already started going to the high school, 6th grade. So, dark blue and light blue. In Indian villages, kids will not change they will wear the uniform even in the holidays. They may not go to school, but they will be always wearing the uniform only, same dress only. I still remember the half trouser of dark blue and shirt of light blue. That was the school uniform. And immediately that's all my Kundalini. I said, I may not be wearing kavi, I am also sannyasi only. And I saw Aruණagiri Yogeshwara laughed. Then he said, then why you are not wearing kavi? I asked him, you give me kavi. He laughed and he looked. Immediately I saw one sadhu brought kavi clothes. And I did not even have a second thought to remove and throw my dress. I just removed all my dress. Naked I walked near him without even having a second thought. And he himself tied that kavi cloth in my hip like a dhoti. He himself tied it. I still remember, just tied the cloth and hugged me. Gave energization, put his hand on my head. Naturally, the experience was just out of the world. I came and sat in the group. Now I felt one with that group, and group also felt one with me. They did not feel now I am an outsider. One good thing, still I have that cloth given by him. Still the cloth is there. Because the cloth is there, I feel the experience is either happened in the physical plane or a metaphysical plane which gets converted to physical plane. See, there are some metaphysical experience which disappears when the conversion into physical plane happens. But there are some solid metaphysical experiences. It becomes physicality when it comes down to the physical plane. Like Ramakrishna had an experience of Rama giving him the pot full of porridge, a mud pot full of porridge. When he came down from that experience, he had the pot in his hand. The pot was there. The pot did not disappear. Only the Rama's form disappeared, but the pot was there. That did not disappear. So I can say this experience from the metaphysical plane, when it settled down into the physical plane, the items given remained. That is why I feel the experience has become physical biomemory in me. It remains as a physical bioenergy. And after some time, we were sitting and discussing, and all those great yogis and sadhus, they were all talking for a few minutes, and then they all sat in silence for a few minutes. He was sitting gracefully. I neither felt like asking any question, nor felt like talking. I can say from my observation that tree looked very real because the leaves were there, fruits were there, the bird's sound I remember, birds were there, and in the breeze the tree was moving. So once it became little dark, late evening, he said, come on, let's go back to the temple. I said, okay. Again, he brought me back. While we entered the cave, again he was holding my hand. When we came out of the cave to the place exactly where we entered, there only he just left my hand. I saw when he left my hand only, I came to the physical awareness. So either he took my metaphysical body to his metaphysical space, or he took my physical body itself to that metaphysical space. In these two, any one is possible. Because the cloth is there physically with me, I feel it was physical happening. But because it was completely otherworldly, looked out of the world, I am not able to say it is only physical. I'll explain why in the next continuously. That's all. Now my ecstasy is too much. The ecstasy is too much. That new kavi, oh God. I was running around here and there, showing everyone I got the kavi, I got the kavi, I got the kavi. He left me in the temple saying that you can go now, and he went away inside his cave. First person I ran was my guru, Mata Vibhudananda Devi, Vibhudananda Puri. Her name was Kuppammal, local name. I ran to her and showed, see, I have kavi, I got kavi. But I did not get that joyful response from her. She became too serious. I did not actually expect serious response from her. I thought she will be very happy. She became very serious and asked, who gave you this kavi? I said, why? She said, giving kavi means they gave you sannyas. Actually, she was waiting to give sannyas to me. And how did they give sannyas without asking your father and mother? Now your father and mother, your parents will ask only me. Who gave you the kavi? I got little frightened. I told there is a sadhu in the temple. He gave me the kavi. Take me to him. She started telling, no one will give you kavi. You have stolen from some shop. Tell me that. Tell the truth. We will give it back to that shop. I will not tell your grandfather. My grandfather is well known in the city. In that village. So everyone will be afraid of my grandfather, mother's father. I won't tell your grandfather, otherwise I'll tell your grandfather you have stolen from some shop. I got more frightened. Oh God, what is this she's going to tell now? My grandfather I have stolen. I have not stolen, I only got it. Then I said, all right, I'll take you to that Swami, come. He only gave me, I have not stolen in any shop. She held me in her hand. She really believed I was stolen in some shop. The kids, when they go here and there in the shop, they will steal little candy, they will steal little sugar. She thought I have stolen. I told her that no, I have not stolen. I never steal, don't you know? She has high regard for me, but I don't know why. She was also confused. She wants to verify directly. When I took her directly to that cave, And I started calling Swami, Swami, Swami. He did not come out. Almost 9 months. I know him. He is around me. Never he missed coming out. He did not come out. That's all. I was shocked. One side I have to prove to her I have not stolen. Other side she is now making a big ruckus that I have been given sannyas without the parents' permission. I did not bother even about any of those things, but he is not coming out. That was too much. Then she just held my ears and started turning it. Tell the truth, where you have stolen, which shop you have stolen. That's why they will treat in the Indian villages, the kids will be treated. She's my guru, that is why I left it. I allowed her. I said, no, from this cave only that Swami came out. She dragged me and took near that cave and showed me, whom are you trying to cheat? Is this the cave? She pushed that stone and showed me. Only then I realized it was not a cave, it was a sealed, solid stone. Please understand. Only then first time I realized in that 9 months it was a solid stone construction. It was not a cave. That is why I doubt whether he, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, taking me inside was a physical or metaphysical. Because I realized it is a stone construction, not a cave. Shock for me. She said, now I have no justification because I am not able to get Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I said it's a cave, it is not cave now anymore. I just stood. She was just turning my ears. I told her, stop, stop. And I pulled her right hand. I still remember. I told her, I promise in the name of Arunachaleshwara on you, on me, I have not stolen this cloth, only Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me. With that, I slapped on her hand. So that is the usual way that kids will tell that, I swear. Swearing, I swear. That is the way I did that to her. In Tamil I said, அண்ணாமலையார் மேலையும் ஓம் மேலையும் என் மேலையும் சத்தியம் பண்ணி சொல்கிறேன், அவர் தான் இந்த துணி கொடுத்தாரு, நான் எங்கேயும் திருடலை. I told her, on Arunachala, on you, on me, I promise. I did not steal in any shop. Arunagiri Yogeshwara only gave. He used to come out of this cave only. When I put my hand and did that satya, I can say maybe this is the first energy darshan I gave. No, the power of that experience was so alive. Maybe first time the mirror, the brain, my neuron activity mirrored in her brain. Suddenly all her doubt, everything disappeared. All her doubt, skepticism, everything disappeared. Suddenly she kneeled down. I saw in her ears, in her eyes, the tears. Her ears, whole thing is completely listening to me. She said, "Unmaile solriyada? Are you telling the truth?" I said, "Yes." Now she has come to the space of listening to me. She is no more that doubting old lady. She asked, "Eppudra irundharu? How he was looking?" I described to her from where he came out. From this cave only he will come out whenever I call, and he will go in. She asked, "Did you ask his name?" I said, "Yes, I asked." She asked, "What is the name?" He said. Now it's like my zone. Suddenly, with all my confidence, I said, he said, "His name is Arunagiri Yogeshwara." That's all. She fell at my feet. She literally fell at my feet. I was shaken because she is my guru. She fell at my feet and she was weeping profusely with tears. She said, then she got up and again she was kneeling down, said, "Really da? Unmailevada?" I remember I put my hand on her head also and said, "Satyama Pati. Un thala mela satyama solren." Means, promise, I swear on your head. It is truth. That's it. Maybe I can say it's a second energization for her. She said, "Hey, we are all meditating for years and doing tapas just to see him once. You really saw him? He gave you the kavi? You spoke to him?" Now she is a complete theist. She is completely able to receive the experience I was telling. Even now I use this technique. If some of the disciples are arguing, not listening, I will just touch them. That's all. After that they will listen. They will come to the space of listening. Their energy will change, will become positive. That is why these guys who want to run away, they will never meet me. They know if they meet me, they will not be able to run away. They will disappear without meeting me. She cried, and she could not handle herself. She just left me and went away to the place where she is staying, to her house, which was actually like ashram. She gave that away to Tiruvannamalai temple. She first wanted to give it to me. When I said, "No, what am I going to do? I am not going to be physically staying here in Tiruvannamalai." Then she gave it away to temple. Now temple owns that property. Now I have a big issue. He is not coming. I felt I breached the word he told me. He told me never to tell anybody. I feel because I told Kuppammal, he is not coming, he is angry. So I shouted, screamed, "Swami, please come. Don't leave me like this. I will not do this mistake again. I will not tell anybody. Please don't be like this." But I could not see him coming out. One side when I remembered, she told me, Kuppamal told me, he is directly Mahadeva, Shiva, living here in Arunachala. Ramana Maharshi talks about him. Great Siddhas have seen him. One side that was making my body just explode in joy, bliss. He himself came and gave Kavi to me. Other side, now he is not coming. So that was just squeezing my heart. If I have to describe exactly what I was going through, in Bhagavatam there is a beautiful story. One Gopika wants to go and see Krishna middle of the night. He is sitting in the forest and playing the flute. That sound is coming to her bedroom. Husband is not there. So she runs secretly to go and see him and come back. But the moment she came to the main door of the house, she saw the mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of the daughter-in-law. Sister-in-law, sorry. Mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of her sister-in-law. Even now in any Indian village, if you go and see, if you see 10 houses, in 5 houses you can see this scene. Mother sitting and combing the hair of the daughter on the doorstep. I thought, oh God, from the time of Bhagavatam we have not changed. 5,000 years tradition. Sitting on the door frame and mother combing the hair of the daughter. And removing that lice. This is almost like a 24-hour job. If they don't have, in those days no other entertainment, only this hair combing. You comb my hair, then I will comb your hair. So beautifully Vyasa describes. I have to tell you the exact scene. The Gopika runs. The main door frame, the mother-in-law is sitting and the sister-in-law is sitting and she is combing the hair. Seeing that scene, she just stands in this door frame itself. Her door frame itself, and holding the door frame with one hand. One side, when she listens the music of Krishna's flute, all the extraordinary, ecstatic memory of the time she had with Krishna and the memory of Krishna, she is in bliss. Next moment, this sister-in-law and mother-in-law are sitting like buffaloes. Because both of them are there, she cannot go out. They will ask, hey, where are you going in the middle of the night? When husband is also not there, alone. So if she steps out of the house, her character will be questioned. And they are also hearing the music of the flute. I don't know, from that time I think this mother-in-law and sister-in-law never get your devotion and understand what you live and what you go through. Anyhow, whatever it is. Because mother-in-law and sister-in-law are sitting, she is not able to go. Because she is not able to go, the pain of separation was other side. Vyasa describes The pain was like intense burning. And that bliss of our memory of Krishna was intense joy. This both happening again and again. Because of that pain, she burnt away all her incompletions. Because of that joy, she exhausted all her good karmas. Because she exhausted both, she just became enlightened and fell on the ground, liberated herself. Got liberated. This is the exact story I have to describe what I was going through at that moment. One side now I know Mahadeva himself came. I am holding that kavi. I am touching that cloth again and again. He himself came and gave the kavi. The joy, ecstasy, pride, bliss, all that. The other side, the pain, he is not coming. The fear, he may not come at all anymore. I may miss him. That is too much. When these two happened, whatever the remaining little bit of good karmas I had got burnt by the joy and bliss, knowing that he himself lived with me and initiated me. Little bit of whatever bad karmas were left, they got burnt by that fear, whether he may not come at all. This bliss and joy and pain burnt both the karmas. I just dropped. I can say, by crying, I just slept away there itself. I should not even use the word slept. I fell into some state. I got lost. Anyhow, after some time, I think it was a late night, I was sleeping in the temple. I don't want to say sleeping, lying in the temple. The temple watchmen, they will come and wash the temple. Any festival day, they will come and wash the temple in the night. So usually, I will also help them. How to help? How I will help them? They will put the tube in the tap, and they will be having the broomstick and washing the floor. And we boys who are volunteering, we'll have to just hold the tap and walk behind them, pouring water. That's the voluntary service we used to do. So, that watchman, temple watchman, he woke me up, saying, "Hey Samir Bhaiya," that is the way he will call me, wake up, hold the pipe for me, I have to clean. And they are going to put the deity to bed, go and have the Garbha Mandir darshan and come back. Somehow that day, I think some festival. I think it was January 1st. But still I am not able to completely corroborate with other things. Anyhow, so the deity was put to bed a little late. He said, go and have darshan in the Garbha Mandir. They are going to close the Garbha Mandir. They are going to put the deity into the bed. Then come back and hold me the pipe. Hold the pipe for me to clean the floor. I said, okay, and I rushed. I was in that same space and state. I ran to the Garbha Mandir. I saw no priest was there, but Garbhamandir was open. Those days, very few priests were in the temple. Many times, Garbhamandir will be open and no priest will be there. The moment I entered the Ardhamandapa, the hall of the Garbhamandir, to have darshan of the deity, the moment I looked up, I saw Arunagirishwara sitting on the Shivalinga. He was just sitting on the Shivalinga. I could not control myself. I screamed, Swami, are you here? Why you did not come when I called? I was talking all this and I was rushing near to touch him. Even though we were not supposed to enter the Garbhamandir. I don't think I have entered the Garbhamandir, but I rushed towards him. I don't remember whether I entered or not entered. I was not in that mood at all to follow the rule that I should not enter the Garbhamandir and all that. I just want to touch him. I ran, stretched my hand to touch him. He also stretched his hand. The moment my hand touched his hand, exactly that moment, I saw clearly, he is me, I am him. It was just pure oneness. Pure oneness. That unclutching has happened exactly at that moment. After that, neither I missed him, nor I saw him separately. That is the exact moment, experientially, the unclutching. The pure Advaita happened. Whatever words you may use, Advaita, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Shivoham, the experience of that pure oneness happened as it is to stay once for all. I bless you all with all my integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching and causing. Let you all experience the ultimate, pure Advaita, the oneness. Shivoham. Shivoham. Ananda.
నిత్యానంద ధ్యానపీఠం నిత్యానంద
preparation of last 15 just listen to this simple few basic truths. I commit with you guys, I'll establish Nirvikalpa Samadhi permanently in you. Just listen. The whole preparation of last 15 days is for the moment you are going to have now. What we are going to do now, it's a preparation for this. Understand, the ideas, thought currents, even the idea you have a body, all these are just fishes jumping in a vast ocean. Your consciousness is the ocean. Each idea, you have a body, you have identity, you are manager, you are doctor, you are engineer, you are husband, you are a wife, you are a daughter, you are a son. Various identities, various thought currents, various ideas, good, bad, right, wrong, all are just fishes jumping in this ocean. You are the ocean. Ocean does not get disturbed by fishes jumping on it, whether good or bad, small, big, small quantity or large quantity. It is an initiation process. So I may request all the male body to sit with the way you sit prepared for initiation. This is one of the most important initiation, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Diksha, Unclutching initiation. Please see this video, then it's a few minutes video, then we'll enter into initiation. Yes, all your ideas, you have a body, you are young, you are old, everything. You are right, you are wrong, you are self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, you are man, you are woman, even your idea, you are God, is just fishes jumping. You are God, your idea about God is not true. You are God is true, your idea you are God is not true. Understand? You are God is the reality. Your idea you are God is not reality. Everything is fishes jumping in the ocean. All this fish jumping does not affect the ocean. Now sit as an ocean, seeing all your fishes jumping. Everything. The idea you have about you, the idea you have about me, idea you have about life, God, body, mind, good, bad, everything is just fishes jumping. Sit straight, close your eyes. All the ideas or fish jumping. Keep your eyes closed. Even the idea of tiredness and boredom is one more fish jumping. Just see, your consciousness is not at all affected by the tiredness or boredom because it is one more fish.
என்னாலும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய் வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ. நித்யா உன் பாதம் அதை கண்டாலே போதும், மெய்ஞானம் வாழ்வில் முறையாக குடியேறும். அகமும் தெளிந்து ஆனந்த கூத்தாடிவிட, குருவாய் வளர்ந்தான் மெய்ஞானம் எம்முள் வந்திட. தகமலை வந்தவா, தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. கட்டி தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தியானம் தன்னை செய்தாலது, பக்தியோடும் ஸ்ரத்தையோடும் நித்யா உன்னை பூஜிப்பது. பல நாள் தவமோ பலனாய் நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் இன்று இறையே குருவின் உருவில் வையம் காக்கும் எண்ணம் கொண்டு. தகமலை வந்தவா, தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanidar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Enlighten app, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Paramashiva's message directly from Sri Kailasa. Listen. Supernal effulgence of Paramashiva, which is eternal inside you, cannot be reduced, cannot be stopped, cannot be taken away from you, but you can choose to get deluded in reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle and reactionary assumption patterns and lifestyle caused mess. Understand? The reactionary assumptions, patterns, reactionary assumptions, lifestyle, and the mess caused by reactionary assumptions and that lifestyle. Whether you are trying to clean up the mess or add more mess, it is delusion. Let me make it clear. The reactionary assumption patterns means assuming and reacting. Those patterns, I should call them as mala, toxins. Not only unnecessary, sitting inside you, dangerous, sitting inside you. There are some things unnecessary, but not dangerous. But there are some unnecessary and dangerous. Mala, toxins are not just unnecessary, but dangerous also. The reactionary assumption patterns, toxic and dangerous, not just unnecessary. Next. The reactionary assumption lifestyle. So, behaving this way and making decisions, becoming lifestyle. That is second. Third, the mess you made in your life due to this reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle. Understand? The fourth is the important statement I am making. Sometimes you go on adding to the mess in your life by continuing to operate based on reactionary assumption patterns, mala, and reactionary assumption lifestyle, pasa. If you are adding more and more reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption pattern based lifestyle, you are adding more and more alahala, poison in your life, and you are nicely getting by yourself. I did not utter, but you heard that word. Listen carefully. This is the most important punch. Even if you are trying to clean up the mess created by the reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle, even that will be delusion. The one and only solution is unclutching, withdrawing into supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. Listen. Supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. This is the word I coined. I should say, read. I have received it as a gift from Sivajnana Bodham, English translation. A great person called M. Kandaswami has translated the Sivajnana Bodham into English. He has used this word as a title for his translation. Supernal effulgence, and that is absolutely sweet word for that experience, Sivajnana Bodham. I thank him for that beautiful word, and I'm using this word from him. I want to acknowledge him for this apt word, most apt word. It's very difficult to translate Veda and Agamas, and very less people are that integrated to that philosophy. I found Sri M. Kandaswamy to be very integrated to that theology, to that philosophy, to that great revelation, Shivajnana Bodham. About that book, Shivajnana Bodham, I'll be talking in Tamil Satsang. It is too Tamil book. So, the core theology of Vedas and Agamas, expressed by a great incarnation of Paramashiva himself, Megandathevar. And that book was translated by a great person called M. Kandaswamy. And he uses this word, supernal effulgence, for the word Shivajnana Bodham. Listen. Whenever you withdraw, you unclutch from reactionary assumption patterns, reactionary assumption pattern-based lifestyle, and the mess you made in your life due to reactionary assumption patterns and that lifestyle. I'll say Mala, Pasa, Maya. Mala is reactionary assumption patterns, and Pasa is reactionary assumption pattern based lifestyle. Maya is the mess you made in your life due to reactionary assumption patterns and that lifestyle. Maya, and going on adding more and more mess by continuing to act reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption patterns based lifestyle is called Anava. And withdrawing from all this and clutching from all this, makes you explode in supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. The word Shivajnana Bodham. What the word Shivajnana Bodham means, the supernal effulgence means you will explode in that. Understand? Unclutching, applying the principles of liberation, liberating cognitions, Ishana Satyas. Listen. The Satyas of Ishana. Satyas of Ishana, liberating cognitions. Satyas of Ishana, liberating cognitions. Applied more and more, experienced deeper and deeper, explodes supernal effulgence of Paramashiva in you. I'll highly recommend this Tamil book and English book. It's available for public. Both books are published, I think, one by Tiruvavadurai Adinam, Shivanyana Bodham, and that's by Maigandathevar, the great incarnation of Paramashiva, who revived Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetam, like Jnanasambandar and Shankarar. Understand? I'm making a very, very important statement. Jnanasambandar and Adi Shankaracharya, both of them revived Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Peetam, the Madurai Sarvanya Peetam, Madurai centered Sarvanya Peetam. Historically, in the modern days, only Jnanasambandar is recognized as one of the driver of that Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Peetam. But in the ancient Moola, Sthala Varalaru, Sthanigar Varalaru, those books and the references from those books, some of which is published by Madurai Kamarajar University by a person called Jayachandran, author named Jayachandran. He has published some part of the Sthala Varalaru and Sthanigar Varalaru under the book History of Madurai Temple Complex. When I was going through the references he gives and the mother documents, Sthala Varalaru, Sthanigar Varalaru, which he provides, publishes under the Madurai Kamarajar University Publication Division, I found clearly the 117th, 117th Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Shyamala Sarvanya Peetam, Shanmata Tabana Tesigar, with the title Shanmata Stabana Tesigar. Adi Shankaracharya himself revived Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Peetam. Of course, Jnanasambandar revived much earlier than Adi Shankaracharya. So Jnanasambandar is given the credit of reviving the Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pita. Then later on, again, Adi Shankaracharya also ascends that Sarvanya Pita and revives the whole Sarvanya Pita once again. Many great saints during their time, they visit every Sarvanya Pita and ascend that throne and revive that Sarvanya Pita. It was a lifestyle. It used to be a lifestyle and the trend in those days. Like the Kashmir Sarvanya Pita and Kashi Sarvanya Pita. See, the Kashi, Kashmir, Madurai, these Sarvanya Pitas existed before even Shankara came. Even Kanchi Sarvanya Pita, Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanya Pita existed before Shankara came. He ascended those Sarvanya Pitas by establishing his authority and revives them. Kashmir Sarvanya Pita, Kashi Sarvanya Pita, Madurai Sarvanya Pita, all of it were ascended, blessed, glorified by Adi Shankaracharya and revived. He himself established 5 mats, that is Puri, Badrigashram, Dwaraka, Sringeri and Kanchi. He himself established 5. That is different. He ascended the existing Sarvanya Pitas and revived them. In that list, Madurai Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pita also comes With enough historic references, only I am making this statement. Because I know this is a very controversial statement. Many people, some people will be so happy about it to know, especially all the Brahmins will be very happy to know this truth. And some of the non-Brahmins may be very disturbed. And I am not for or against anyone. I am just for the truth. After enough research in Stalavaralaru, Sthanigravalaru and other documents available, published by Madurai Kamarajar University, and other documents referred in their work, going through all of it, I am of the opinion and I come to the conclusion, Jnana Sambandar is earlier than Adi Shankaracharya, and Jnana Sambandar revived Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pita. Then later, Adi Shankaracharya also came to Madurai and revived the Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pita by ascending on Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pita throne. So, just like Jnana Sambandar and Adi Shankaracharya revived Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pitam of Madurai, Meigandathevar revived the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanya Pitam, which is Tondai Mandala Adinam. So, let me make it very clear. I am not going to make any fanatic statements. I am not going to twist the history for the benefit of somebody or for the advantage of somebody. No. Straight, simple facts as it is. Shanmata Stabana Tambiran. Shanmata Tabana Tesigar. 117th Guru Maha Sannidhanam. I was also wondering why there is so much of Shakta tradition. Srividya Sampradaya involved in worship of Devi Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, Meenakshi Parashakti's puja is not just Kamigagama. Lot of Srividya and Shakta Sampradaya systems and procedures are into it. Devi, Sakta Agamas are also playing a major role. Now I have an answer. Maybe from that time, when Adi Shankaracharya revived the Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pitam, he added the Shakta Agamas also into Devi Puja, into the Devi worship of Meenakshi Parashakti's worship. That Pattadi might have been influenced during those times. Anyhow, I am clear. I am going to stand with the history as it is. Listen. Unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, applying the Ishana principles, liberating cognitions, liberation principles. Yesterday's satsang, I gave a very simple method. If you just internally tell yourself, okay, I am not going to struggle anymore with this business which is torturing me, with this job which is torturing me, with the relationship which is suffocating me. I am declaring liberation and I am withdrawing. Even if you take a conscious decision, don't do. I'm not saying divorce. I'm not saying resign the job. I'm not saying sell the company. No. I'm saying decide to create an inner space for yourself where you are not constantly functioning out of reactionary assumptions. This is what I call liberating cognitions, liberation principles. Withdraw. For 2 days still, I'm not going to get involved. Let me have my space. Let me sit with supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. Let me sit with Swamiji and talk to him. The supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. Just see Dakshinamurti above me. What you see in his face is that typical visual description of supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. This deity, which is in Adi Kailash, is extremely soundarya, the beauty of supernal effulgence. I am in love with this Dakshinamurti. I don't know how many of you know that this deity was personally carved by me, especially the face and look and feel. He is literally radiating Shivajnana Bodham. Shivajnana Bodham. Shivajnana Bodham. Understand? Whenever you are continuously functioning the reactionary assumption mode, and you are tired, demons and negative elements can enter into you, influence you, and turn you against the fundamental truths. That is why first thing you need to withdraw. Up to the liberation principles, liberating cognitions. Once you withdraw, you will know why you are still in that job, why you are still in that relationship, why you are still in that career, without reactionary assumptions and suffocations. Reactionary assumptions. After withdrawal and understanding, even if you want to continue that job, that relationship, that profession, that career, you will take responsibility for that lifestyle, for that decision. You will not be cursing anyone. You will not be suffocating yourself. You will not be torturing yourself and the other person. I tell you, I have seen continuously people who suffocate and torture themselves, suffocate and torture others by throwing tantrum unnecessarily. And even if you fulfill everything they asked, they will say 10 minutes delay. I asked you $1 billion? Yes. You made me $1 billion in lottery, but 10 minutes delay. They'll be so angry and throwing tantrum for 10 minutes delay. You committed it will happen 19th January. But it happened 10 minutes after the 19th January was over. 10 minutes after 20th January was born. Yes, I won $1 billion in lottery, as you said, but 10 minutes delay. Understand? I want to tell you, listen. Withdrawing from reactionary assumptions also will make you realize how much you act as enemy to yourself because of the poison fed by the society continuously. If society continuously calls you cheat, thief, abuser, something, slowly, even one part of you starts getting so angry, agitated, inability to defend yourself, you start drinking that poison. Listen carefully. That is why I am saying anger is like opening your door to send your army to attack, but many times when you open your doors of the fort, your fort's door to push your army out to wage the war, the opposite side army sneaks into your fort a little bit at least. That is why I am saying do not open the door called anger of your fort. Reactionary assumptions are like a fort's door. You may be thinking, no, I will get angry and send my soldiers, attack the enemy. No. When you open, sometimes the enemy soldiers sneak into the fort through the same door, and self-hatred is enemy soldiers sneaked into your fort and sitting inside your heart. Just see how many wonderful things may happen to you. Still, you have a tantrum throwing child in you to go on be denouncing you and your existence. Make yourself illegitimate. Listen carefully. Grounding yourself deeply in unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi will give you the feeling you are legitimate. That's the most beautiful feeling Hinduism can give to the world. You are legitimate. You are not sinner. You are not slave. Amritasya putraha. You are the sons of immortality. Manifestations of immortality. Putra means extension, manifestation, living inheritor. Not just son or daughter. Living representation, living inheritor, extension. You are Amritasya Putraha. You are living inheritor of immortality, living extension of immortality. I tell you, the poisons your enemies have poured inside you and made you believe about you, and the demon sitting inside you constantly collapsing you. That demon will simply get flushed out. Means it will just collapse, die. If you unclutch, withdraw, and establish yourself in liberating cognitions and liberating principles, that grounded feeling makes you feel you are legitimate. Your existence is legitimate. Shrinvandu Vishve Amritasya Putra Aye Dhammani Divyani Dastu. Vetashvara Upanishad, chapter 2, verse 5. This Shrinvandu Vishve Amritasya Putra is used in other places also. I am giving you one quotation. There are some beautiful words. Shraddha Vivecha in Katopanishad and Shurasya Tara Vichitanikecha in Katopanishad. These kind of phrases are used in multiple places in multiple scriptures because they are so sweet. They just get stuck in your throat and constantly giving sweetness. Listen. My emphasis on liberating cognitions and decision to unclutch and decision to apply liberating principles is because many of your reactionary assumptions, you started believing it as a true even though it is not fact, but fed by the society about you to you. See, one of the greatest blessing Paramashiva gave me, the greatest blessing of Paramashiva for me, I will say, the greatest asset I feel I have is Paramashiva's blessings on me, his manifestation of unclutching Nirvikalpa Samadhi in me. The second assets I feel is my deities, my sweet deities with which I play, talk and do puja and do everything, connect with Paramashiva. The first asset is his manifestation in me as Nirvikalpa Samadhi, eternal Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Of course, which manifests in multi-dimension like a state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Sri Kailasa and all that. Because of the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the society and demons are not able to make me believe all those abuses they are throwing at me. Never there is a reactionary assumptions based functioning in my system. The foundation itself has become so pure and beautiful. I feel absolutely grounded and legitimate. Otherwise, it is not joke to be constantly called as a rapist for last 10 years and be in sweet, safe, beautiful, absolute Nirvikalpa Samadhi space, not having mental breakdown, and absolutely relaxing in the space of Paramashiva. I tell you, Listen to this very carefully. When a woman falsely accuses, listen carefully. When a man forcibly enters, both become traitor to their own core. Ravana collapsed because he himself has become traitor to his own strength. Understand? When he was trying to force himself on Sita, and when Sita denied clearly, then he started collapsing internally. His self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial took extreme demonic form, and that demon killed him first. And of course, naturally, Rama killed him next. He became traitor to himself. Listen. Listen carefully. Detailed truths, I am revealing it as it is. Do not allow your SDHD to keep you in delusion. SDHD means self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. To keep you in delusion by constantly pushing your everyday routine into that same reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle. I tell you. This statement is a knowledge for all the visitors and viewers. Boon. This statement is a boon for all my disciples and integrated devotees. Listen carefully. To all my disciples, I give the boon. Sit unclutched today in the process. During the process, I will make sure you taste the supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. Shivajnana bodham of Paramashiva. It's a boon for my disciples and devotees by the grace of Paramashiva. With the blessings of Paramashiva, with the grace of Paramashiva, I give you this boon. The supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. Shivajnana bodham, Paramashiva. Will be showered on all of you. Understand? Intensely, deeply. Intensely, deeply. You will experience supernal effulgence. So, you are empowered to experience the liberating principles and cognitions. Listen carefully. In each field, as I was telling yesterday, in the field of asteya, the field of aparigraha, the field of brahmacharya, the field of satya. Mix these liberating cognitions and manifest it intensely. More and more and more. I'll define asteya, non-stealing. Not having the reactionary assumption that everyone else is living more luxuriously than they are qualified, but you, even though you have sacrificed so much and you are qualified, you are not given, which is your due. This is the absolutely deluding reactionary assumption out of which the stealing patterns grow. Complete with this and withdraw from this pattern, you will achieve asteya. Same way. You having the reactionary assumption pattern of everyone is oversexed, only you are undersexed, are literally denied. Listen. You having the reactionary assumption pattern, everyone is oversexed. Only you are undersexed or denied absolutely. This pattern is the source for aggressive lust. If you withdraw from this pattern, unclutch from this pattern, this reactionary assumption, you will achieve brahmacharya. From each reactionary assumption, when you withdraw, unclutch, and rest in supernal effulgence of Paramashiva, you manifest powers. Satya asteya aparigraha. Ahimsa are not vows, are not disciplines, are not just yamas. All these five are powers. Maturity of the consciousness. Maturity of the consciousness. Yes, let's start the process now. Sit straight. Intensely hum Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and decide to unclutch. Your decision to unclutch is enough. With the grace of Paramashiva, with the blessings of Paramashiva, I give this boon to all my integrated disciples. Every being who declares integrity to me. You will all experience supernal effulgence, Shivanyana Bodha of Paramashiva. Let's start. Kundalini, wake up. With the grace of Paramashiva, let Paramashiva manifest through me, through this being, and awaken all of us to his supernal effulgence. Shivajnana bodham, Paramashiva bodham. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಹೇ ಕುಲಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಪರಾಶಕ್ತಿ ವೇಕಪ್ ಇನ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ಮಾಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ಪರಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರಿ ತ್ರಿಪುರಾ ತ್ರಿಪುರಸುಂದರಿ ಶ್ಯಾಮಳಾ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರಿ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರಿ ಪರಾಶಕ್ತಿ Wake up. Let Paramashiva manifest through me, through this being, explode in every one of us. Connect intensely and make you all manifest. Let Paramashiva make all of us manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva manifest Sri Kailasa in all of us, for all of us. Paramashivoham. 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 With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Sayam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
பக்தியோடும் ஸ்ரத்தையோடும் நித்யா உன்னை பூஜிப்பது பல நாள் தவமோ பல நாள் நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் இன்று இறையே குருவின் உருவில் வையம் காக்கும் எண்ணம் கொண்டு தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா சொர்க்கம் என்றாலே அன்பு வழிதானே என்றே நீ உற்சாகமாக உணர்த்திட இன்பம் கண்டோமே சொர்க்கம் என்றாலே அன்பு வழிதானே என்றே நீ உற்சாகமாக உணர்த்திட இன்பம் கண்டோமே உள்ளமது சொர்க்கம் அதை அண்டு தன்னில் தான் தேடுது உள்ளுரையும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை மீற உண்டாகுது நாடும் மடியாரை நித்திய தியானம் தன்னை தந்து இங்கு தேடும் சுக வாழ்வை தர நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் கொண்டு தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா உள்ளுக்குள் உண்டாகும் நித்ய ஆனந்தம் கண்டாலே உள்ளம் தெய்வீகம் கொண்டாடும் என்றாய் நித்யானந்தா நீ கள்ளங்கள் இல்லாமல் கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் எந்நாளும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ உள்ளுக்குள் உண்டாகும் நித்ய ஆனந்தம் கண்டாலே உள்ளம் தெய்வீகம் கொண்டாடும் என்றாய் நித்யானந்தா நீ கள்ளங்கள் இல்லாமல் கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் எந்நாளும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ நித்யாவின் பாதம் அதை கண்டாலே போதும் மெய்ஞானம் வாழ்வில் பொறியாக குடியேறும் அகமும் தெளிந்தே ஆனந்த கூத்தாடி விட குருவாய் வளர்ந்தான் மெய்ஞானம் எம்முள் வந்திட தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா கட்டி தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தியானம் தன்னை செய்தாலது பக்தியோடும் ஸ்ரத்தையோடும் நித்யா உன்னை பூஜிப்பது பல நாள் தவமோ பல நாள் நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் இன்று இறையே குருவின் உருவில் வையம் காக்கும் எண்ணம் கொண்டு தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्
कनकसभागत काञ्चन विग्रह कामविनिग्रह कान्ददनो कनकसभागत काञ्चन विग्रह कामविनिग्रह कान्ददनो कलिकलितागिल पापमलाभः कृत्तिसमावृतदेहविभो कलिकलितागिल पापमलाभः कृत्तिसमावृतदेहविभो कुवलयसन्निभ रत्नविनिर्मितत्वयक्रीट सुभाषदनो कुवलयसन्निभ रत्नविनिर्मित भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे भाग्य समृद्धि मुभार्जय मे
नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम् नित्यपुरीश्वर आनन्देश्वर हे परमेश्वर पालय माम्